And hello, everybody. How are you doing this evening? Hope everybody's doing well. Hope the Mark IV back there isn't making too much noise and it drowns out some of the mic uh, this evening. No, we are about half done. Um, so what I'm doing over here is I'm starting to print all of the new pieces uh, for the version 10. I think it's 10.13 maybe. But it's I believe it's the in development branch of the Baby Belt files, and this is being printed in Polyterra slate gray, slate marble. So you will get a little bit of a like flex in it. So far, everything's printed just beautifully on the Prusa. Tonight, we will be working on the NAK3D edition of the Baby Belt. This is based, my understanding is on the 9.x branch of the files on GitHub, and it's been heavily modified. In some instances, you have an entire piece or stack of pieces that has been turned into separate parts just to make it easy to not only print, but then to use heat set inserts in order to then create a single assembly that is a lot easier to print, put together, and assemble. So there's some quality of life changes that NAK has made in this edition of the printer. And basically, he took what's an open source design, made it his own, and a lot of the changes that he has made, I do believe Rob Make has incorporated several of these into his design. So I appreciate all the work that NAK has done and giving back into this program or this printer, as well as all the work that Rob Mink has put into making the Baby Belt kit and bringing the belt to market. And with that, we'll go ahead and get some things started. So since the last stream, we did have some fits and starts where I didn't have all of the parts printed out to support the build, right? And so what I've done is I've gone through and made sure I had the rest of the parts printed to include a few parts like the new extruder mount that were not in STL form. So basically what I had to do was pull up the Fusion 360 step file and then go through and make sure that I did have all the parts. And where I didn't have parts, go through and export them out as STLs, print them off, and with any luck, everything will go together. And I've got heat set inserts and every may need some one or two heat set inserts in this part here. So don't think I will need. We'll see. If I need any more, I need any more. One of the things I did want to do is this printer came right off. There was a couple of the supports that came off when I took the print off. But you'll notice I did use the organic support, and it is really as simple of just giving a little wiggle, and these come off. Once again, this is printed on the Mark IV with the standard I guess support settings for organic supports. And all I did was I increased the gap between the support material and the part. I think by default it's 60%. And what I normally do is just increase it to like 150 to make sure that that gap is definitely there. But normally all you have to do is just apply a little bit of pressure on these, wiggle them back and forth a bit, and they will come off normally in one piece. Due to the intricacies of how they build themselves up, though, every once in a while you do have to give them a little push, pull, and squeeze. But for the most part, they come off fairly easily and cleanly. These supports have been coming off so clean off the Mark IV. Just like that, if I wiggle that piece off, it should come out. Nope, it did break off. Some pieces loose. It's just I think there's there's a piece that goes down through the middle hole. So in that case, we will need to get that out and then just take our smaller head drivers, just poke it through the hole. Because once again, it's just support came up through the bottom hole there. So we just need to get it out between the two pieces where the bearing will sit in a second. But yeah, this printer, the version I had was a good design. It was a little, oops, here we go, a little floppy in a couple of areas. So the newer designs, the newer changes, just add to the rigidity, primarily in the X and Y gantry. So that was just a, yep, we're gonna have at least two heat sets on here. Just thinking through this real fast on what parts go into this because we will be adding this fairly shortly. Or I might need to add some additional set inserts. Looks like there are potentially 1, 2, 3 heat set inserts on this part. So I'll set that over here and make adjustments when we get to that. The nice thing about this printer is it goes together fairly simple and easily, especially on the original Rob Make design, simply because it's all put together with zip ties. Doing it this way, where we have the heat set inserts, just adds a little more to the BOM and a little more complexity. AFC the Craft, how are you doing, my friend? Yeah, the baby belt's a cute little guy. I'm doing good tonight. Doing good. Got some coffee, which will help me get going here. Move this out of the way. By the way, For those of you following along, this is the frame. This is a 300 frame for a Voron 2.4. And from the looks of it, I did get shipment notification today. And if UPS does everything right, the parts that I will need to start getting this going will be here in the next 2 days. So we should be able to get started on the 2.4 build. What I wanted to do was just kind of get in here and get a couple of the parts. So the NAK3D version does reuse the standard GT2 22 pulleys. So we will pull those back out and get those on a couple of the motors. And we will be reusing the hot end and some of the other pulleys that are in this. So we will take this part a little bit more so that we can cover some of the parts out of here and just reuse them. And once again, don't worry, Rob, if you are in here or you look at this later on, I do have plenty of parts to go ahead and build me another one with your latest version of the design. So that will be happening as well. Assembly here. How's everybody doing tonight on this? You had $10 saved up for your 2.4? Yeah. I have been looking to do a 2.4 for so long, and when the opportunity came up because I won the PIF parts, it was okay. That was it. It was time to go on because I had already assembled a few things, and the fact of the D-bot that's sitting on the floor over here in the corner. When I built it, it needed a 300 by 300 heat bed. So it's got a Boron 2.4 heated bed on it with the mains heating pad, SSR, um, the LRS power supply, the little 5-volt, 24-volt to 5-volt DC converter for the Raspberry Pi. It's got the Raspberry Pi. It's got the it's Printcepts Mini 12864 display. And I've got plenty of motors. I could just reuse the motors I have on hand, but with Tensor, I did have some discussions with them, and they are sending me a LDO motors kit. So I will have the LDO motors kit. What I'm looking at is these are going to be a little bit long. So there's little channels that are in here. These will sit right inside. These will be a little bit too long, so I'll have to trim these down some. So that'll happen. We've got our rods, and these rods should still be the same size. These out. The I am going to go ahead and use the Creality hot end for the time being. You have some Revo nozzles, so either this one or Rob Makes files will get an actual Revo CR nozzle, and I'll be able to use some of the new E3D Revo belt printer nozzles. So that'll be cool to get a chance to play with. Yeah, but it is going to be an expense. It wasn't a um, full sponsorship by Tensor 3D, but they did make it, I'll say, highly affordable for me to go ahead and get the kit from them and make it happen. The frame kit that I got, once again, is a, let's say, a B stock frame. Hey, Monlight, how's it going, my friend? It is a B stock frame, which means it did have um, some out of spec to it. It wasn't in the actual like squareness of the frame or anything. It was in um, the channels of the 2020 extrusion were a little deep, and the the roll-in T-nuts don't. I have the roll-in spring-loaded T-nuts that should catch and stay in one place. They don't. Very reminiscent of a Creality frame, which does the same thing. They tend to one nut will fit in just fine, the next nut won't. Just depending on where you're putting it in on the rail. So that's a tad bit annoying, but I can work around that, especially when I'm getting a full frame kit for what amounted to $20 because they didn't want to have to bring them back from the shows, so they were making deals on the last day of the show. So cannot complain about the cost. Oh, people were trash talking your prints there, Monlight? That's not cool. I mean, if they're giving you constructive criticism on how to make it better, that's great. If they're just, I'll say, talking trash, um, that's not cool. That's not cool. All right, so we got the high end, which is honestly I ran filament through this, but it's still pristine. And I've got another one that is sitting in the box. Like I said, I got plenty to do a couple of complete builds of baby belts. Okay. Yeah, post me some that they say are junk. Now are these functional prints or are these like like I'll say organic prints like busts and things like that? Okay, so I think we've got everything fully taken apart. Um, so on this design, it does have a front piece. So normally your front piece is just this thin piece right here, right? And that becomes the front brace for your baby belt printer. In this particular case, um, it's made, this hole right here isn't a cable pass through. This is made for a push button. So to turn the printer on and off. Hit pause by mistake. Gotcha. So I will go ahead between this stream and next Tuesday's stream and order a couple of parts because this will be for an on-off switch. You'll have the hole down here where you run your cables for your display for the mini 120 12864 display, and I'll order another one of those. And then on the side, this hole right here is actually for a DC input jack. So you'll be able to power it with a brick, either a 12 volt or 24 volt. You know, I'll make sure I get the right input jack switch and all that stuff for once I decide which way I want to go, whether 24 or 12. And then you'll just be able to come right off this uh, with positive line to the switch, and then from the switch to the board, and the negative from the switch to the board. And you'll have power to your board. So this makes for a pretty nice little package. Keeps everything nice and small. I'm going to have to pull this motor back off. Oh no, maybe I can get to the gear. So on NAK3D's version, rather than using a gear, just a hobbed gear pressed up against a 608 bearing for your filament path, he actually uses a full set of Bondtech gears here. So I have to go ahead and take this one off, put on the Bondtech gear, and we'll go there once we start to do the extruder piece. But I think I can put the rest of it together and then work on the extruder kind of at the end. So let's go ahead and so the worm gear is towards the back side of the printer, and your X motor mount is towards the front. So we'll go ahead and slide this in there, get that lined up where it kind of locks in place with your tabs. Then we'll add some screws. And I do believe he's got these set up all for button head screws. And 10 millimeters should work fine, but the black ones, so I can stay using all same black color screws. And the holes on these, you know, once again, this is printed in, I was going to say polymaker, not polymaker, but it is being printed in Jesse PLA, and it's the Mixtape 23. You guys are going to have to help me out on whether this is like a yellow green or kind of like a lime green or something. I know this came with a Big Bird yellow, and this has a darker tinge than the Big Bird yellow, so I don't know if it's just a slightly darker yellow or if it's got a little bit of green in it, because I am red green color deficient. So unless it's like grass green, it's hard for me to tell the difference between like a neon green and a yellow sometimes. Okay, so it's like a light yellow. Yeah. Snug these up, but I really don't want to crank down on them because these heat set inserts on this PLA, I don't know if you designed these for a tolerance or like ABS printing the part, but um, I'll just say the heat set inserts go in, and there's a lot less of a bite to them than you would get in like ASA or ABS parts. So I don't really want to crank too much because I could break them loose and cause them to spin. Print things like speed square, fishing lures, Arduino cases. Okay, hydroponic stuff. Gotcha. Got new stuff from my father to set my 3D printer on. Going to be a shelf for a shelf. When I was telling my father what I wanted for, I said something about another 3D printer. He said, okay, all right, awesome. So it's going to let you wind up with another 3D printer. I will say, I'm assuming probably down the road a little bit. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, the mixtapes are normally what we refer to as like transition rolls. So it's as they're changing a color batch, there's a bleed in the color between those two batches because you really can't clean the extruder out completely without just running and doing like a big purge of something. So you might as well just run something else, run that color through it. Look like a lighter version of a banana. Yeah, there you go, like a banana pepper. Exactly. I mean, if you're gonna do a shelf for a single 3D printer, I mean it's a lac table, or if you want something a little sturdier than a lac table, then I would do like a um, two by four, right? Uh, Take a two by four and actually just make a table out of it. And there's plenty of plans online to do that. It'd probably take like two 8-foot two by fours, and that will be a little bit more rigid. But just be aware that over time, that two by four, because most of the two by fours you're getting in the stores now are still somewhat green. So as they continue to dry out, they will twist and warp a bit. Um, but I've got several benches. Like, I mean, you see this metal bench here that I started using. Um, I've got the three back here for the printers, which works out great. And then down, well, in the garage and my storage shed from where I was working on my plane project. Once I sell the plane project, if whoever buys it doesn't want the shells, I think I've got like four, if not five, shelves that are relatively the same setup with the with the two tiers, at two by four, and two by fours, 3-inch screws, that type of thing. They're really sturdy and they're heavy. And really, what you're looking for with 3D printers is something that is heavy, because the resonance of the printers, if it's light, it's actually going to make the table move, especially on a bed flinger or something. Where if it's heavier, it'll resist the movement of the printer, and you can put the rubber tiles, landscaping tiles underneath it, and it will help dampen it some more between the different uh, surface types. Yeah, if it's been out in the garage, it's probably been through enough heat and soak cycle or heat and dry cycle, so it should be good. Okay, there you go. So it sounds like it's a wooden shelf. And like I said, if a lac table, a lot of people use those, but they're corrugated cardboard on the inside, so they're good for a little bit of weight, but they're not heavy, and so they could putting a 3D printer on. I've actually seen them walk through a room, you know, so it makes sense to get something that's a little more heavier in the base. Um, and once again, the skid goes in the front, but you can't put the skid on until you get your belt on. Otherwise, you can't get your belt in there. So let me go through and think some more. Yeah, let's go ahead and work on the belts. And what I did was I started to get these loose because I'm just going to swap these out with the newer prints. So once again, we've got a lock nut, and this is on the drive. Whoops, a lock nut, a 608 bearing. This other cap, which has a lock nut in it. Now this one I'm able to do by hand because I've got something big here to hold on to, as well as this nut. You'll see on the other one, you can't really do that because on the original design, it's just a hex bolt. You really don't have enough grip on the hex bolt to do that. Oh, the washer and dryer sat on it? Yeah, that's going to be good. Yeah, see, this is the same style cap that we'll use for the NAK design. So once again, it's just got a nylon nut that gets pushed into it. We'll reuse the metal tubes. We'll pull off the other nut, another 608 bearing, and tiny little pop, and that comes out. So we'll take these and toss them over with that match. So once again, we'll take our gear, take the bolt, goes right through the middle, and the head will line up in there, and you just press and pull it through. That'll give you a good wheel to hold on to. Then you're going to have your bearing. Then you'll have your first end cap that'll go in there. You go ahead and grab my parts box here. We'll need a few more of these. And I'm not even 100% sure. You could probably just use a standard um, nut for these. But I've got half-inch and 3/8 nuts, so I don't have any 5/16, so I'll have to use the lock nuts that I have here. Line it up, and it should just press in. I mean, this is a nice fit. And nut side goes on first. Actually, looking at this, I think the first cap's going to have to go on without a nut because there's no way that nut is going to make it over the shoulder. So it's got to go in like that. I'm going to stop and look at the step file real fast. See a few more people popping in here. Thank you all for coming out. Feel free to jump in the chat. We've just been talking about some printer setups and how Modlight has been moving. His dad helped him move a big wooden stand up that you can put his printers on out of the garage. Yeah, and quite honestly, when you're looking for an enclosure for your 3D printer, I mean, you guys have seen me. I've got the Wham Bam pop-up enclosure, and the thing I like about it is there isn't a bottom, right? So you can literally take it and sit it down over the top of your printer. If you get the reality version, one is it doesn't have, or at least the ones I remember seeing didn't have insulated sides to them, and there's a bottom, so you have to pick set it, move the printer, set it up on the table, and then stick the printer into it, route the cables through it and stuff. For 6 1 kg, found a deal on Amazon for 6 1 kg spools of PET G, $41. Okay. Yeah. You said Sunwoo. This is Polymaker that I have here, but I was running. I think it was Sunwoo that I was running some PET G on, and their PET G is really good. The Sunwoo and eSun filament lines have been pretty good for me. I haven't had any issues printing with it, whether it's PLA, PET G, or ABS. I haven't done any Sunwoo ABS, but I've done eSun, and quite honestly, I think they're coming out of the same place. Okay. trying to yeah, it look like there's some type of interface there. I just don't think I'm going to get this past that shoulder, so I'm going to have to about something. And you know what? For now, I'll use this one because it has a little bit of a, say, a nub there, and I will reprint this in the right or in the new color. And we'll put this down. Take the other one, press in um, a square. Press in a lock nut. Just screw this on in there. Because these tolerances are a little bit loose. Like I said, I'm really wondering if these were designed for, we designed these to be printed in ABS to allow for some shrinkage. Since PETG or PLA, which don't shrink as much. Should be able to hand tighten this one down. Just have to pull back to keep that nut in there. Should be able to hand tighten this one down. And you'll see how the printed part here adds a little bit of a gap. You need that little bit of a gap because that's what slides in the channels here. This part. But you need that gap to slide in there. And on the other side, that lock nut is what provides that little bit of a gap. So then you'll add in your other 608 bearing and your other lock washer. And at this point, you'll have to use a pair of pliers or channel locks to tighten that down. You just want to snug it up there, make sure that bearing still moves freely on each side. Then you would have a cap that would cover it up. These caps aren't long enough to go in there, so you'd almost have to cut the bolt off flush. You know, mark it, cut the bolt off flush, and then be able to put the cap on there just to cover it up and make it look pretty. To same thing here where it's got that printed spacer. built in on these, but I didn't see that on the other ones. So I will just tighten this one back up, and we will reprint these end cap pieces using Rob's files, just so we have the same color. Or I guess I don't necessarily have to, unless my OCD kicks in, and I have to. This would be where it'd be nice to have a. I thought about bringing a socket wrench up here. Easier to work with this. But luckily, you're not threading it too far down on the bolts. So. And once again, as mentioned, NAK does have those nice little end cap pieces that you can put on here. If you cut the bolts off, you take these end cap pieces and put them on, and so it just gives you a nice look. Seeing the bolt heads. These pieces will go through the belt. You can sort of line this one up in the gap. And then as you slide it down in the gap, it'll pull the other belt. And you want to make sure that it's lined up in its gap. So you're trying to line it up in these channels here on each side. Once you're sort of close, you can go ahead and push the end in. And you need to make sure that this end engages with the teeth here. Rotate it around until it's engaged with the teeth. And then this piece we just slide on back. Make sure that your belt is kind of spaced right and it's not cattywampus and everything. You just pull it back. And then what you'll have are these tensioning pieces, which will clamp around the back of your bolt holes. And this is what this is showing me right here as well, is this belt that it came with. One, there's a lot of play there, but there's no way that I'm going to make it up where these rollers are going to be pushed all the way to the back. So I would probably need to remake my own belt and make a longer belt, so that I could bring these all the way back and put those clamps on there to really hold these bearings in. So what I would do is the way Rob Mick does it is run zip ties through these holes around the bearing, and then use zip ties to tension your bed and hold your bearings in place. So we will work on that. This is very much a tension-based exercise, because if you're too tensioned, you'll bind the motor over here, and your gears will not mesh appropriately. They'll just bind and any movement. I just rotated that motor pin or the worm gear out of place, which means it's no longer lining up with the peg down here at the I'll rotate my back down or take the motor off. Here, we got the pop back down. So we'll go ahead and set this back down in here. Looks like I need to actually make this one a little bit tighter. I think I need to loosen it some. Too tight and allow enough space between them. There we go. That's what it was. It's too loose. I mean, too tight. Once again, line your belt up. Also, if you have a flap in your belt, understand which way your belt is rotating and make sure that it's not going to go into the flap where the nozzle can push that up, but rather where your nozzle will push it down. Set that in there loosely for now. We can go ahead and put our ski lift on. Ski lift. We can go ahead and put this in place loosely now. I say loosely because we will have to take it back off to do a couple of things. Hey, Solar 3DP, how are you doing? Sorry, folks, I kind of had my head down for a bit. So the baby belt really is just designed to get your feet wet and help you understand the mechanics of belt printing. It's not, I mean, you're going to do small parts on it. You're not going to be like pumping out a, like an 18-foot long chainsaw. Because once again, you're limited by the cross section here. I think it's something like 80 millimeters. So you're not going to be doing huge parts on it, but you will be able to test out, understand the workflow, and then later on down the road, you can do something like an Ender 3 belt printer conversion or a Lynx 3D belt printer kit, or just go get a CR30 and run with the CR30. You can do maker coins. It's real good for doing things serially. So you could do maker coins. You could do little frogs, things of that nature that you can do and have available at a show to, one, show how you can use it to do repeatable, a belt printer to do repeatable consecutive prints, but also just to be able to show people cool little prints that they can take home. from your booth. So once again, this belt you want, loosen, want it to be able to rotate and move, but not have a lot of slop and slack. This one is what's going to get driven and actually pull this one and rotate this one. So that's where it's going to be play. You're going to have to play with the tensions to get this just right. Like I said, I have a feeling based on the amount of excess space I have here and on the drawing, it shows these pieces actually being used to go around here and clamp tight up against these spots here. Yeah, either you use this as a tensioning mechanism, or the belt needs to be a little bit longer so that I can pull it back further and make it a little bit tighter. So we'll see. We'll play with that in a little bit. We're going to keep going here with our x-axis. So the x-axis, the rods are going to sit here and then have clamps that'll go down on them. And our x-axis is this piece that's set here. It's a multiple part piece. So you'll have the bottom piece that will clamp onto the belts, and then we'll build the rest of the top onto it. So this will allow us to work the rest of the things that we need here. We know that we're going to need a motor with one of our 20-tooth pulleys. So we'll go ahead and we'll get this on here again. And we want to make sure that one of these set screws goes into the flat just like on a regular motor. So we'll get that lined up. And once again, I mean, these are some big pulleys, and you'll have your belts, I'll say, really somewhat cantilevered from the shaft. So the shaft is really thin, and I mean, the shaft really only comes up to the thick part of the pulley, right? So you got to be a little bit careful, but you do need to have this on before you go and insert it in here. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get to the set screws as they set in there. Because then, so we will go ahead, get that lined up, and I want to say that this was try to do 3x8 on this. Now we'll stick with the M3x10. Using all button head cap screws because I have a ton of them doing Voron builds. If this sticks out proud of the top, then I'll switch over to 8s for these. The original baby belt printer by Rob Mink was fully designed to use just M3x10 and M3x20 screws. So should be good to go if you've got those two screws. Once again, these motors are 5-wire unipolar motors that you do need to cut the red wire and cut a trace on the inside of the motor to turn them into bipolar motors that we're more familiar with using for our 3D printers. This particular wire, and that's the red. Worry that I broke it. These particular motors or wires, you can run them through the front, or in this case, we're going to run them back here through this slot where we had the Z motors running. Just hook that through there, bring it around. And it's going to be a little bit easier for us at this point to just go ahead and put the motor or the cable where it's going to be. This is our X motor. That gets way too tight for my liking. So I will actually run this through that front hole where there's like a slot in there for the cables for your display. These up through that area. We'll do some cable management. But by going through and plugging these in as we route them, it gives us, make sure that we put the right motor in the right place. Once again, this is the x-axis. Your vertical will be your y-axis, and then Z is the belt itself. The Valtech has filament. The blue on my helmet over there is Zyletech Cobalt. So they do make, Zyletech does make filaments, and they sell other, I think they sell other filaments as well, but they do have a branded filament line. Yeah, I mean, whatever's in your budget, Polymakers is pretty good from a price point. Hey, NAK3D Designs, how are you doing today, sir? I had a feeling you might pop in if you could. I am going to. I'm trying to go off the drawing and do this justice for you, but we'll see. One thing I did want to talk to you about, since I did see you on here, is this is the original belt that came with my original version. And I noticed on your design, it shows the rear belt bearings being all the way back, and these being used really as clamps to hold it in place. Were we using these with long screws to apply the tension, or do I need to basically make a longer belt so that these come all the way back and I can really hold them in place? Oh, and thank you for the follow too, NAK3D Designs. Yeah, I use the original tube that Rob sends because that's what it seemed like. But if it uses the printed rollers, I'll grab the ones that I printed off of his in development. Yeah, I can grab these and use these. Because, yeah, these look like they might not be as thick, which will give it a little bit. Long screws, you pull them back to tighten the belt. But I also noticed that if you tighten it too much, then the gears actually bind. Okay, yours are a smaller diameter. All right, so what I will do is we'll keep going like this for now. And what I'll do is I will, because those weren't exported in the files that I was given access to. So I will grab the roller pieces and export those and print those overnight. Okay, so I printed the end caps. So you went with a slightly smaller tube than what Rob Mick did. About the same size. Hey, Shenanigans 3D, how are you? This is a baby belt printer. It's originally designed by Rob Mank. This particular build that I'm working on right now is I'll say the NAK3D Edition. NAK3D Designs is in the chat too. Yeah, that's why I figure either use a longer screw or do the Rob Mank way and use zip ties. But with the zip ties, it's going to be hard to get the tension equal between the two sides, I think. But yeah, we'll play with it. In fact, I might. Yeah, we'll keep working on it. I need the end piece. This is the belt tensioning end piece on this design. Okay, I do have the pieces there. This takes a couple of M3 nuts on the sides, and we'll use a couple of screws, and that'll become a tensioning system. So we need those. We'll need our roller bearing and an M3 screw. And we decided we were going to try and go with our all button head. I was going to try, but I think these are going to be like 20s. And unfortunately, we don't have a button head in the 20. Listed the differences in your kit on the GitHub description page. Okay, I'll have to go and take a look at that. Well, I mean, I've been looking at it, but okay, and that still lines up, still slides in, even with the socket screws, so that's good. Yeah, and that's what I'm going to do is just try and reuse the stock belts. Of course, I probably should have put that on, at least looped it around before I ran the screw through this. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to. I really want to build a Ender 3 belt printer conversion. So I will probably do one of those, and it'll be one from the 3D printer, 3dbeltprinter.com, I think is the name of it. We were talking about last stream. It just looks like a pretty cool, decent design. So one belt in there. Like I said, you'll have a nut that goes into each side. And these are asymmetric, so you really gotta look to make sure that you get them lined up. Yeah, it's from what I saw when I was at Rocky Mountain, it's a pretty good kit design, and I also just checking out um, Scott from Edge of 3D and the work that he did on it. You know, it's a pretty robust design. I was watching it print uh, in real life at Murph, and it was pretty solid. Well, and that's the thing is on that design, I was kind of impressed because when I first looked at it, it didn't dawn on me that the um, sorry, like not enough coffee today. But at first, I thought it was printed parts on the side. There are no printed parts on it. That is all aluminum. So you've got side braces on that printer that are more than a quarter inch thick. They look more like about 3/8 inch thick aluminum extrusion. It was crazy how robust those things are. Yep. So that was really cool. And I don't really have a build order for this. And I don't think you've got any like build instructions or a build order. So what I'm just kind of doing is making sure that I can get to the things I need to get to at the time. So we're putting the belt tensioner on. Tens, but a lot longer. That's 16. That should make it. We're going to do an IDEX belt print. That'll be interesting. The nice thing about this is the way he has these parts designed is they only go in one way. Put them in the wrong way, things don't line up. So that's one good thing about the way that NAK designed this. Um, and NAK, do you by any chance have a link for what switch you used for the power switch on this? Can't remember if it was listed on the GitHub or not. I know you talked about the type of switch just being a push button, I think 12-volt moment switch. But the design of this will have a push button switch right here for power on off. You'll have a mini 12864 display like you would on a Voron or anything. And in the back here, you'll have a DC input jack. So you can run this using a brick. Okay, yeah, I've got the Fusion file open. I was just looking at it, trying to help myself understand order of operations. This one around this end. As far out as that will go. Full engagement, but I think I'll have some belt tooth engagement here. I think I'm gonna have to cut some new belts just to make sure that I have length, either that or see if one's longer than the other. That's and that's fine. I have plenty of belts. Yeah, solar. I saw this on Printcepts. I can't remember who showed it to me first. And when I saw it, I was like, you know what? That is so cool. But like from a practicality perspective, I was like, do I even need anything like a belt printer? And then as you can look behind me and see, it's really like, why do I not need another printer? Build me some extra length in here. Other belt, we'll make it as we need it. And now watch me have to take this side off again so I can get this better on. I always love trying to feed belts around. Yeah, that I am one of the hardest people to shop for like a birthday, an anniversary, Christmas, or anything like that. Because if I want something, I'm in a position in my life where I just, okay, I want it. I'll go get it. You know, say my belt printer. What belt printer do you have, Solon? I mean, quite honestly, I think I really want to build one. And the ender conversion, it's I believe it's like $350 for the kit, and of course you need an ender for the base. Now my OG ender here, over here, it's not getting rebuilt as it. I don't think my ender wires will be rebuilt either. If I do that, I'll buy the kit and then buy another donor printer to use with it. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do this. Yeah, like I said, it's $350 for the kit, and then you just need a donor printer. And enders are cheap to get online. You can get them really cheap. What I normally do is get them on eBay on an auction because I tend to just, all I really need is the frame. So if anything's missing, it's not that big a deal. I've got so many spare ender parts, it's ridiculous. So yeah, I just really look at them for the parts. And some of you have seen some of my tweets where I've mentioned it, but I haven't posted anything. I'm doing a slight rebuild on the zero G Mercury One downstairs. There were some new revisions of the files, and I printed them out, and I'm in the process of swapping them out. And so far, they're working great. I've got my acrylic panel laid in there. I had to do a lot of sanding on it because I don't know if the actual CAD files have changed slightly or if there's a slight dimensional change in the Z motor mounts. But there was a need to do some sanding, which is no big deal. I shouldn't say sanding, I filed them to make sure I had the clearance to get the panel on there. I do need to reprint the skirts as well. They changed the design on the skirts, so I'm going to reprint those. And then get the bottom buttoned up, get the acrylic down there, sure. You got your Makerspace belt printer for $200 off at eBay. Makerspace belt printer. Is that a, so are you meaning you got a belt printer for your Makerspace, or is that a brand? I haven't heard of that one. Okay, gang. So if you want to build one of these, Rob Mink, once again, is the designer. God, did I literally just cut these? No, I didn't cut them short. Rob Mink is the designer of this printer. Um, you can go and get these kits off of his site anywhere from 130 to 180. I think 130 is primarily parts, and you would print the files. 180 is the full set, and he will send you a set of the latest print files. This here. We'll need the rods in place. Need to these. But yeah, you can go out to printcepts.com. printcepts.com. And you can pick up these files off of his website. Or I'm sorry, you can order a kit from him as he gets the time to put them together, because he does print all of the parts himself if you're getting the full print part set. Quite honestly, it's worth it, guys. It really is worth it to get the sets. Because that way you have everything you need to build against his bomb. And once you've got that, sorry, I'm trying to work and think real fast. So I've got the belt loop through here. This part is going to come between the belt, and it will clamshell. It's got the grooves to hold the belt. It's going to clamshell, and you're going to put in 4 screws to hold it together. So you need to make sure that you've got a set of rods here with your PTFE tubes in there, so that it will be able to clamshell on there. PTFE tubes act as your bearings on these 3mm rods. These are standard 300mm rods in a 150mm length. So you could buy the 3mm. I think you probably find these online and buy them, because I did. I bought a whole pack of them. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was most likely on Amazon. And then you've got these other clamps that you will just screw on that will clamp the rods in place. And that's a slick design feature right there that NAK did for us. Because the other way, it was all press fit, and because it was press fit, depending on the tolerances of your print, they may or may not actually like really clamp down and give you good purchase on the rods. You really want these rods to have some good purchase to them to remain rigid, because otherwise you'll get like standard twisting and racking in your. Okay, cool. Seriously? Now I got to think to myself, like, is it just really that? Um, sorry, I'm looking at these parts trying to figure out what size screws I need. Um, yeah, NAK. If you're still there when your Fusion file doesn't list any screws, or at least I didn't see any reference to any screws on there. So if you could really either in the description or in the files identify the length and number of screws that you would need, that would be great. I have a feeling that the request here is probably for 20. So the rods that we're using are 150 millimeters or 15 centimeters long. And then the actual print volume, I want to say, is like 85 wide. I have a sneaky suspicion that these probably just use 20 instead of 25s, but I don't have any 20s, so I'm gonna have to go with 25s, or at least I don't have any 20 button head cap screws. These are kind of, say, out there. Well, they are covered up down there in the channel. You're not going to see that they're extra long. Guess now, well, you know what? I've got 20s, but they're socket head, not button head. So I'll have to order some of those. I'm still working on getting all of my organization done up between um, Gridfinity and trying to get rid of all the little, I'll say, the multitude of plastic boxes that I have. You get a bunch of these, and unfortunately, like every year, they come out with a slightly different size. So if you need more boxes later on, because you got more screws or whatever for a different project, it's a completely different bend size, and so they don't stack with the darn. So I'm slowly but surely working to get everything into Gridfinity drawers, so that as I'm doing my builds, I move the screws that I'm going to need based on the manual right over here, so they'll be available that right here. Then I'll have the main stack off screen. So something caught my attention here. Oh, hey Bionic. Hey Rob Inc. Thank you for being here. Hey Stephen Poole. Nick. How's it going? Yes, this really is a baby belt. Like I said, I'll have to double check. Is if you go out to Printcepts printcepts.com. That's Rob Mink's website, and it has the available print area. I want to say it's like 80 something millimeters. In fact, here, let me just. Actually, this belt's cut to about 110 millimeters. We'll have to see once we get the carriage on and everything. We'll test it to see how wide we get it. Monlight, what did I see here? Got hired out with the EAA club to do aircraft lacing of cables. And I spent most of the day wiring 2 kit planes to the point my hands are cramping. Okay. Post some of the prints in the Discord channel. We'll talk to you later. All right, cool, Modbot. Or I'm sorry, Modbot. Modlight. Yeah, so I am an lifetime EAA member, and I was in the process of building a Vans RV-12 IS airplane. It's a vansaircraft.com. It is a 2-seat, low-wing, light sport aircraft, all aluminum, fiberglass bearings and such. But it's done in a series of kits, and it's very similar to the exploded view drawings and stuff we use with building printers, just on a much larger scale. But it was a 2-seat low-wing airplane, 100 horsepower engine. It would be a Dynon Skyview, glass cockpit, which basically your instrument panel looks like an iPad Pro or like a Windows Surface Pro tablet. That's about the size of it. Pretty nice plane. I'm running out of steam and too many things on my plate, and I think what I'll do is sell the project, and possibly down the road just buy a plane that's already built and flying. Okay, cool. Sorry, gang, I need to click on that link that NAK just provided. So I can save that for later. Okay, so what NAK just provided in the chat there is the push button that he sized this particular hole right here for. So this hole is for a push button, and this hole is the DC inlet. So you'll run it off of a power brick. You will have a display on it, and so you'll wire the positive terminal between this outlet, the switch, and then from the switch to the positive on your board, and the negative from the DC power inlet will go straight to the board. And that way you're switching the power side. No worries, NAK. Don't worry about taking it apart to try and figure out what the bolt sizes are and stuff like that. I'll figure it out. Okay, and there's your panel mount DC jack. Gotcha. I appreciate that, my friend. So we've got our X gantry laid in there, and like I said, we make sure that we've got our 4mm outside diameter, 3mm inside diameter PTFE tubing links, and that goes over 3mm rods. And there's channels here that you'll lay them in, and then you'll put the clamps on. You'll be able to clamp this in. So that's now really, really rigid, and they're not moving. They're really not flexing. Right? We've also got our belt through here, and we want to make sure that that comes around on the inside of that belt. And we'll have this base piece, and it's got the grooves for the belt to go in. So we got to make sure we orient it in the right way. So we'll put these two parts together. This pivot joint goes towards the back of the printer and basically up the y-axis. So I believe what that's going to allow you to do is undo a couple of bolts, and you should be able to pivot the top piece that the motor actually gets mounted to down. And I'm assuming that that is for either serviceability or for collapsing the cantilevered y-axis down for travel if you're moving it around and taking it places. That is very much an assumption on my part, just looking at the design. If I am way off, NAK, feel free to chime in and say Digital Dragon doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. And if you talk to my wife, it'll be like, well, that's not the first time. Your Z belt tension. Okay, so the ones on the sides are 15s. You want to get these lined up to make sure. So on these parts, there's a channel, so a wider channel that will capture your PTFE tube pieces so that they can't come out. Now you can either try and cut your pieces so that they match in there fully, or you come just a little bit shorter, and that way there's a little bit of play on them. But you want to make sure that your belts line up and fall into those grooves. I cut my belt a little bit long. May have to cut a couple of teeth off of it. I want it to fit well so I don't have to tension the belt a lot. I just cut a couple of teeth off. And on this design, you don't need, it's not like you're building a Voron 24, with a 600 millimeter length bed and that requires a lot of tension on your belts. Your belts really aren't going to be that highly tensioned on here. So it's okay to have some slack and be able to tension it up. I just don't want to have like a half inch of slack. But I want these belt ends to really butt up against each other. Everybody see that? So I just have the belt ends kind of butting up against each other. I'm going to take this and lay it on there. Once again, you've got to make sure you got all your heat set inserts on there. I'm basically going to just sandwich that on there. And there's two at the top and two at the bottom. I'm going to assume these are 10s. They look like. Yep, 10s are going to work. Hold this assembly control. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's the one downside to a belt printer is just the that cantilever design, because if you're not careful, it's very, especially on this printer. I mean, they're 3mm rods. It's not like we're using like 8mm linear rods on these. These are 3mm rods. They're really I mean, they're rigid enough, but they're not like super rigid, right? So for transport, that's why you saw I had it sitting there in a box, and it was a deeper box, so I could make sure that nothing was going to hit that y-axis sitting up here and take it out as I, put it in a car or move it around or something. And I'm seriously going to bring one of these with me to Murph. Um, Speaking of that, who all's going to Murph? Or is anybody going to Murph? I just booked my hotel out. We staying at the Fairfield Inn. I think there's a Fairfield, a Quality Inn, and a Hampton Inn right close by the venue. And of course, if you go out to like Elkhart, which will be a longer drive each day, you'll be able to um, get a little bit cheaper rate. But the nice thing about Murph is, unless you're sponsoring uh, or selling, like have a table there and you're selling a bunch of stuff, um, it's no cost. So first come, first serve for maker tables. So I do plan on getting there. We're going to drive up Thursday, me and Evil Diesel. We're going to drive up Thursday, and we'll be there to set up on Friday when they open up. All right, so that's nice and good. The belt's fairly tight, but not overly tight. We'll work on that later. Um, there are a couple of more pieces that go together on this. These will be longer screws. These will be shorter screws. Just working through my. This goes on. We'll use some longer screws to hold it in that orientation, and then there will be a screw that comes through here uh, that will make that pivot point. That looks like it'll be a 30. It's just going to go through. And because this is designed to be a pivot joint, we don't want to like really crank this down. We just want to make sure that it gets into that threaded insert on the other side so it stays in place, and that this will be able to turn and adjust. And M3 by 30 will do that. Like I said, don't worry about it too much because we'll be putting a couple of screws down here, and these are looking 16s, if not 25s. Bolt for the pivot joint is 25. This 30 is not coming out the end. So '16 is too short, 25 is going to end up being long. Let's see. Guess I'm going to have to definitely go and get some 20s and replace some of these 25s. Well, actually, you know what? On these, I'll just use button head because they're going to be sunk down a little bit anyhow. So as long as 20s still work, just use button heads for these. You did 15 on those. How deep did you make your yeah, it's all a matter of how deep you put the or the heat sets in. Yep. and I'll tighten that down nicely. This will go on the motor, and the motor is going to need the other pulley. Motor there. Once again, line up the pulleys so that at least one of the set screws is going on a flat. Can't do it this year. Yeah, we're planning on going. Me and Evil Diesel are planning on going to both Earth and or Murph and Earth. Um, good. Go ahead and another. Oh, assume that this would probably work, but I'm actually gonna give it new belts anyhow because I had these pre-kicked times. So motor bolts are like 18. Okay. There. So does this pulley have to like bottom out in order to be able to get the belts to clear? Or did you go with a printed pulley for any of these? Also helps if I add the other piece in, so that would definitely, that would be. Were they short or long by 5 millimeters? So yeah, I have requested a maker's table space at Earth. Apparently, what they do is they send out to previous attendees first to see if they want a table again the following year. And if they do, great. If they don't, they'll then they'll open it up to others. So I have reached out to them about getting a table. Sure. Okay, gotcha. Of course, once again, I don't have 18 in button heads, so I will be going over to socket heads. I don't know if you spec these for socket or button heads. I just think for this type of printer and the way everything was going together, that the button heads look better. Um, so where I need to, I will switch over to others. Like, why is that not working? Well, use the right size driver. It'll make the screw go around. Yeah, all yours are button head. Yeah, I've got my button head stash for my Voron printers and stuff like that, but there's a few sizes I either don't have or I've run out on. I'm assuming that these, the X and Y, go down through that little front plate. Yeah, most definitely. I've really liked going with um, button heads for a lot of things lately. So I should clamp my rods on there. Let's see. Loosen these up just a little bit to these rods in there. And yeah, like I said, doing this where you clamp down on these rods, so much better than just having them like press fit in the rails. Did I get longer rails for the Y axis? I did not. These are the same ones, so these would still be the 150 millimeter rails. Um, were you using a longer rail size for yours? Okay, you used 200. Well, I believe these were still 150. If not, then I got lucky and put the right ones in the right spot. Nope, these are 150 as well. I think the other rods that I bought were most likely all 150. Yeah, these are 150. Um, and so, like I said, you can buy a pack of these. Um, of course, made in China, most likely bought off of Amazon. These are 150 millimeter rails. You will need the 150s for the X. So I think that's why he went with 150s on both the X and the Y. Was just to keep the number, once again, the bomb down, right? So the standard bomb is 150, 150 on the rails, both X and Y. And the screws are all M3 by 10 and M3 by 20s. And that was just to minimize the overall number of screws that anybody had, or well, he had to stock or anybody to get if they built their own. So we have that done. We have this we're working on. Okay. Here we go. This now. So on your extruder design, Got my orientation here. So like that. It used a smaller, way smaller fan. Your fan duct. I will need to possibly procure one of those fans as well. Um, yeah, it was the 25 millimeter fan. It almost looks like a what am I thinking of? A Revo micros fan size. Did you find a 25 millimeter 24-volt fan, or were you running 12-volt? Slice fan. Okay. So the heatsink fan faces up. So this is going this way. I'm going to need to cut these tubes down because they're too long. Yeah, I'm definitely glad you're here, Nick, because I did have some questions um, on the extruder pieces. Stuff later. Not the hot end on the side. Looks like yours is 12 volt. Yeah. Well, were you using a 12-volt power supply or 24-volt power supply? I think I saw something about it being a 12-volt. Yeah, remember this being a belt printer, um, as the tool head moves down towards the bed, your nozzle is what's going to get closer to it. So you want to make sure that the like on most of our printers, the hot or the longer part of the heat block we may push to the back so that we can get full travel out of it. But on a belt printer, you need this the nozzle to be closest to the x-axis. So it's going to mount like that, where it goes forward underneath the cooling fan hold zone. Yeah. So the reason I was asking about the fan and stuff is because you really have to think about that when you don't have a lot of space on a printer like this, so you don't want to be doing like step down converters, buck converters, things like that. So you need to be cognizant of how you set everything up. And so if you're doing 12 volt, you need to make sure that your heater is 12 volt, that your fan's 12 volt, or that you have some type of 12 to 5 volt step down or something like that if you use a different fan. And I say that because the Revo Micros do have a small fan and they are 5 volts and they come with a step down built in. What was this? 3030 fan that we were using on the original design? Yep. 3010 on the original. Give me 1 second to grab something out of the, I'm going to say storage closet, out of the well, let's call it a storage closet, the larger parts bin. Because I am curious now. Because see, here's the Revo Micro set up. And this fan's actually too small. Here, the Revo Micro might work, but it's actually too small. So I would have looked at probably trying to kludge together that, but that won't work. And for those of you that remember the stream where we worked on Westry One's printer and got it fixed, you'll remember the Revo Micro that the cold side is so jammed that we ripped the PTFE tubing trying to pull the PTFE tubing out. Right? So our plan, my plan, the nozzle still unscrews. And comes out. And there's zero light coming through that. So we're just going to throw that away. We're going to pop the heater core off. And when I say it is so jammed, this thing was a mess. I may keep this just for like props. Maybe see if I can't get it cleaned out. I'll probably have to run a drill through it or something, or use it as a some type of either display or mock-up piece. But we're going to reuse that heater core. And I bought the Revo cold side. So I'll use this on the 4 on 2.4 build. So I've got a set of Bondtech gears, and the gears that I bought, actually I have hardened steel gears. And this is going to go on the 2.4 build that we're going to start working on this Saturday. So I still have a Revo Micro and a Revo CR. So that's where I said you may see a belt printer with Revo CR. And I do have a set gotta think what I did with them. I do have a set of belt printer Revo nozzles that I got from Georgia with E3D at Remerf. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and use a heat gun to heat it up or something to try and heat that up and pull that out and clear it out. If I can get it cleared out, great. It gives me another um, wait, okay. Did you get some of the? Did you get some samples of the belt printer nozzles, NAK? I know Pooch did. Hey, Daddy Wisey, how you doing tonight, sir? I saw you were streaming earlier today. Um, so we've got our tubes cut down. We've got our hot end mounted now in the correct orientation. It will mount. It will go on there like this, where the nozzle's down, and our cooling fan. Once I order and get the right size cooling fan, will be facing towards the top. We're going to put our little bits of PTFE tube in the little notches there. It's just slightly a little bit too big, so we're gonna have to shave that one off a bit. Well, that'll fit in nicely. And we're gonna set it on our, probably be easier just get these on there first. So Daddy Wazzy, how are you doing, sir? Oh, crap. I thought I had stopped those, but I guess I just snoozed them for a short period. Um, Sorry about that. So we're working on a baby belt printer. This is the NAK3D Edition. And so we use these 3mm rods as linear rods. And we're using 4mm outside diameter, 3mm inside diameter PTFE tube as the linear bearings. We'll slide those on, get our clamp pieces, and there's a cutout on one side that provides a little bit of clearance, and that helps line up which side is which for the clamp piece. So clamp on there. So we can set this on our linear bearings. Have our clamp piece go over the top. Need to get some screws. We'll grab some M3x12s, which I think will fit down here. Yes, 10s might work, but we'll go with 12s for now. If it works, I'll swap these back out. If it looks like 10s will work. Oh, yeah, 10s will work. Yeah, sorry about that, Nat. I will hook you up, sir, with a sub here in a few minutes. And this build right now, we're going off of a step file provided by NAK3D, who's been kind enough to let us build this and get on here and help guide me through and make sure I don't screw up his design and do right by him. You don't typically use Twitch. Yeah, there's a lot of people that won't do Twitch at all. They'll just use YouTube. And there's other people that are only Twitch and won't do YouTube. I kind of jump back and forth depending on where the creator I want to watch is. And right now, I stream on Twitch, and I'll export my videos over to YouTube, so they will be on both platforms. I've got to screw down, plant my holes in here. That's it. Hey, Otter Stranger Dan, how are you doing today, sir? Ma'am, I don't. How are you doing today? I stay away from you. Yep, I am building a baby belt. In fact, what I did was I started off by disassembling a baby belt, um, because I had one that was assembled from the original Rob Mink, but it was based on the, I'll say like the 8X files. And he's got a couple of new versions out there for a 9X, and the latest version is a 10X. And I want to say NAK, ooh, could be why that one's. I just personally use it. So, Nat, quick question for you. Did you design these print files for ABS, PLA still, or what? So what I did was I have a nut back here that's spun out, so I'm trying to uh, trying valiantly and failing valiantly to back it off so that I can either reset it or, yeah, it was all PLA. Yeah, I just noticed some of the tolerances on some of the holes for the heat set inserts just weren't very big. There's a couple of places where you almost looked at it and they just went right through. Fortunately, in this case, that's what just happened. One, I think I had the heat set might not have been squared to the hole, and combine that with very, I'll say, loose tolerance in the print. Well, it fits very loosely in that printed part, so it's spun out. What I'm going to do is see if I can't get it straightened in there. Drop some stripper bead on it. Yeah, all your heat set holes are 5 millimeters. So the heat sets themselves are what, 3x4x5, unless you got, I'll say, I was about to say non-standard, but I'll say non-standard from a like boron standpoint. Yeah, well, in my case, it's not that the thread was gunked up; it's that the heat sets don't really get enough bite in the PLA because the holes themselves are fairly large. So there's really not a lot of plastic for the heat set to um, bite into the plastic. Now, I want to say when they do, like when Boron designs their holes, I think they do them at like 4.8 or 4.9. And be honest, I mean, this was the second heat set that I've ever had spin out. And it's also the second one in like less than 24 hours because I had one on my zero G part when I was swapping out some parts that spun out on one of the lead screws. And that was in an ABS part. So put a little spritz activator on that. And hopefully that got down there a little bit and we'll give it some bite so I can get that screw out. And nope, it's still spun out. Damn it. So for now, we're going to make it. Yeah, no worries. No big deal. We adapt and we overcome. do is we'll go ahead and get this on here. We'll have to work on that part off stream if we need to. I mean, I might be able to get away without needing to do anything else to it. Not 100%. Fact, probably. I know what I can do. So it looks like it did finally set with the glue. So, we probably did meet at Murph last year. I was out at Murph the last 2 years. I bought one of these from Rob Mink prior to it was Murph last year. I had it built. I just hadn't fully tuned it, and so I didn't bring it with me. But yeah, if were you building one of these Outer Danger Den at a table? Was there two of you sitting there working on one of these pretty much the whole show? If so, then we definitely talked. Hey, John Strand, how are you doing, sir? Yep, yep. Then yeah, we talked because I sat down there and chatted with you guys several times throughout the show. Yep, we definitely talked. Okay, we got that done. We got this. We've got this piece. This will clamp at the top, upright. So these two pieces are going to go together. Once again, you've got your rods will go in. This will clamp over. You'll have a bolt that'll go through that will hold the other pulley. You'll have two that'll go here. And there's an M3 bolt hole right here. This M3 bolt hole, if I remember right, the bolt goes all the way through out the bottom, and that's what becomes your Y-in stop for your sensorless homing. Good question. Let's go. I was under the impression that these needed to be heat set inserts. Are these two? I made the assumption they were heat set inserts, but I guess after looking at them, maybe not. It is heat set inserts. Actually, maybe it is because there's enough here for the clamps that I would put bolts in both of these and use it to tension the belt. So that would be the belt tensioner. So these are probably going to be 16s to work with these. Yeah, the bolts go through and push the rods to be a tensioner. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. And another piece. Okay, and these are the belt clamps, and these come in that direction, then, right? These two pieces. They'll clamp the belt on that side. Yep. Okay, good. Yeah, on the Rob Mink version, um, you use zip ties to hold the lower printed part across the tubing. And you got to be careful that you get it tight, but not too tight that you kink the tubing and then cause drag. But your belt, you actually create loops on the ends of the belt. So you'll zip tie to make loops on the ends of your belts. And then you will run another zip tie through those two loops, and that is what you use to tension the belts with. Which, like I said, it's pretty good. I mean, you don't need a lot of tension on these belts because once again, they're 3mm rods. They're not, there's a little bit of play between them. Um, so the I guess I'll get one end of the belt put on here. Clamps on, screws come from the outside. Well, should do it. Oh, hey, Osita Craft, thanks for the raid. How's it going? I believe that's a raid notification that just came in. We are putting together a baby belt, and this is a NAK3D version of Rob Makes Baby Belt. And NAK has been so nice as to be here with us tonight and help guide me through it so I don't make a terrible fool of myself. Okay, your neck's hurting. Sorry about that. Did you just sleep on it wrong or? So what we're doing here is, once again, we've got a belt clip that fits on, it's got grooves on the one side of it. So we're just interlocking the belt there, and we're going to do the bottom side, get it tightened on there. We're using M3x10 screws. That's good enough to bite in and clamp down without coming out the far side. 12 in there initially, but I'll take that out and put 10 in because it sticks out just a little bit. Yeah, you don't know? All right, man. Well, I'm sorry that you're hurting. Hope you feel better soon and it goes away. Thank you for popping over here with a raid of 3 people who all came over with them. Shout out. What were you playing a game tonight, OC the Craft? And if so, which game were you playing? So we got that one. The next one's going to have to go up and around our pulley, which should be a little bit easier on this one to get in place. So I'm just going to put the one side in I'm going to go ahead and clamp the other side so that this piece will be clamped in. Legend of Zelda? Okay. Gotcha. Um, so I clamped those on, well, got them fairly tight. You know, it still moves up and down. That's going to be good because once again, we've got heat set inserts in the top here. So once we get our belt wrapped around here and cut to length, what that'll enable us to do is use screws at the tip here to actually tension the y-axis belt. Just gonna get the belt through here so we can put in our pulley. He's back on there. Got myself pretty long on that one. That's good. 3x16. Solder plug in there. Screw in there. Go ahead and tighten this down. Then we'll be able to find the length for our belt loop here. Give us a cut. Then we'll bring in our other clamp piece. Another couple of M 3x10 screws. So what comes out on the 12th? The new Zelda game. Okay. Try. You were the one building the or printing and building the Zelda shield, correct? The Sea Craft. And if so, how's that coming along? Have you made any big progress on that? Okay, so that's there. Our belt's fairly loose. Got a little bit tighter. About make it tighter. After forceps. So I don't want it to be way too tight, but I do want to tighten up a little bit. Now we'll add a couple of in 3/10 to the top, and we can use those to. So these M 3x10s will screw into the set inserts and hit right at the top of those rods and give us the ability to tension our belt. So just like that, our belt's tension. Maybe just 10 more. Okay, so the belt's tension are going through and making sure everything's clamped down. There's a good amount of fluid here. I will have to revisit the belt on this. Or actually, you said probably use some 2x16 screws on these. Oh, no worries, sure, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on the belt and possibly make either a bigger belt or find or print out the better rollers back before I can make any more progress on this. Um, a quick question for you, Nak, on your worm gear. Did you have to go in like? Well, did you have to go? Did you go in and like do any lubrication, like do any grease on the bearings and stuff? Oh, you were in another commercial. Darn it! I am sorry for that, dude. Um, on your worm drive gear, did you have to go in and like add grease or any type of lubricant or anything on this? Because I know originally I had a lot of problems trying to even get these to mesh and move cleanly. Like right now, there's still a decent amount of backlash. But that's probably because I'm not putting any real tension on the belt. But you also have to be very careful. Okay, you added a lot of lube to that. Okay, standard like PTFE grease, like did you use like standard super lube or okay? That's what I was thinking, and that's probably why you went and designed the cover for it, right? Because this piece will also slide in this way. And that piece comes in and will act as a cover. You'll have a screw through the bottom. So what is the heat set here for? Is this just a piece here that was meant to hold this in place to keep it from popping up? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looks like there should be a heat set here, but is there like a little printed piece that I'm not seeing that needs to go there? Okay, so there is a cover for that. So that would be something else I need to print. And I wasn't seeing one. I'm not seeing the cover in the file. The ear on the big cover to go over that hole. So I put the cover on upside down. It looks like this goes on the inside, which means there's no ear on it. Because I mean, it fit tightly. There would be a hole that went on the bottom that would be, I guess, come up through the motor. But I didn't get an ear on this. Because if it would go like that, it'd have to be so close in there that that wouldn't line up either. Because it'd be like that if it was that way. There should have been an ear there. This is okay. So there was two different files. There was this one which I printed in a single piece. I printed it like this. And then there was another one that was like a two-part piece that looked like you'd have to glue together. So I'll try and print the other one and see what that one, or at least slice the other one up and see what that comes out as. Um, for the hot end cooling fan, how did you route your wires to enable your cooling fan to go in there decent? I guess it's just kind of like up and around, or is it made to fit right in there? I guess it's made to fit right in there. Cooling fan goes on with a couple of screws. So I'm going to assume that this mounts directly in, and then we can pop the fan on and the one screw into the fan. Screw straight up the top. Yep. And the fan connects on just straight into plastic then, correct? From what it looks like. The fan itself, or the fan shroud, is just threaded straight into the plastic. I didn't see any heat slips on the backside of that. Okay. Probably have to take that back off again when I get the cooling fan. Those wires will have to route behind this as well. Okay. Little tiny blower fan will just line up and kind of angle in. Now you can run a longer bolt through here and go into the plastic, or you just do the one bolt back here. You can still do a longer bolt through here, but there is a gap. So once again on here, you're not going to have super fast, like you're not going to run this like a V0 or 2.4 or anything like that. You're going to run it pretty slow, and pretty much that's what it's really designed for. It's just go nice and slow. Now the extruder piece over here is what I still need to work on. I need to pop the old gear drive off here. And you used a set of Bondtech gears on this, correct? Okay, so I'm just going to kind of look through here so I can see what we got. We've got a pivot pin at the top. This looks like it's got a needs a heat set insert in it. Looks like a heat set insert back here for will be the either goes at the top and it's a 623 bearing at the bottom. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to run like super speedy fast here. All right, so heat set insert. Looks like a heat set insert. Set insert. Yeah, and a 623 with a nut bolt. Okay, that makes sense. And then there's three screws that mount this to the actual body frame, and those look like they are threaded into the plastic as well, correct? At least that's what it looks like. This. Sorry. Gotta move more on frame. Those are heat sets on yours to hold the extruder body or the extruder to body. Okay, so heat sets on here because they look like they're standard M3 size holes. I guess they are a little bit bigger. All right, so I can put heat sets in there. Now this one lines up with the heat set that goes in the back of here for the idler arm pivot joint. So that's where I said I think there's only like 3 that actually holds the extruder, we'll say body, to the printer, correct? So the stepper motors here are, I always have to pop them out to talk about them because they're not our standard stepper motor size. Um, yeah, these are the 28 EYJ-48 motors, and it's critical that you get the 5-volt size. You get the 12-volt, you're going to have way too much and you'll start tearing some things up. And it's all 4. So you can buy these. I think it's a pack of 4 or 5 online on Amazon, and they come with the motor drivers. So I've actually got one of these that I used in a turntable project to be able to take photos of my prints. But yeah, these are relatively cheap and inexpensive to get your hands on. They've got all the torque you need for this small size printer, but they are unipolar. So you've got to follow the video online, and it will tell you how to basically what you got to do. Well, here, let me. I've got one over here that's junk that I use. So what you do is you'll pry the cover off the wire in the motor case, and then between the 2 sets of soldered pin joints, you'll see where there's like a minus sign scratched into it. Those center poles are the link to ground. So what you have to do is scratch that to break that connection, and that turns a unipolar, this unipolar, into a bipolar stepper motor. And then you'll notice there's 5 wires here. The red wire is the one that's connected to the grounds there. So you will cut the red wire and not use it. And that'll turn it into a 4-wire motor that is bipolar. Then you just get the cover back on there. And if you busted off a couple of the tabs and it doesn't go back on all that nicely, don't worry about it. Just get it on there and use some tape to hold the shielding on, or the blue cover on there. Those things, just take your time. You'll get it back on there as best as you can. You'll probably break at least one of the tabs off. Like I said, you can get it like that, and then you just put a piece of tape there to hold it secure if you want to. Yep. Black glue fixes it all. Yeah. Until you dripping on yourself. Okay, so we got this up to temp. I'm running this at like 180. Um, drop a couple of Printcepts in here. And as always, I just heat it up, get it started, and then just press it up against my bench. And that will ensure me that it's flush for all the ones that I can. This one here is going to be inset a bit, so I won't be able to do that. I have to continually set it in place and make sure I'm nice and lined up. And then there's one at the top, and I'll show you all three locations as soon as I get. This will be used to provide the tension on the gears. So on the, call it the extruder body, you have one at the top. That's where the idler arm is going to have your spring to provide the tension. You'll have one in the back here, and that's to do the screw for the idler arm tensioner. There's one in the back here. This is the one that's kind of inset. That's to allow you to put a 623 bearing here and run a screw through that to hold the 623 bearing. And then what we'll do is in three locations here, we'll run heat set inserts in as well. And that'll let us mount this to the body of the printer. Hey, Pez Liz, how are you doing tonight? Okay. Yeah, I used to be a lot more like heat tolerant due to various things I did in the military. And now I've gotten old and not so much anymore. Once again, I'm going fairly low temp because we're dealing with PLA. I'm getting it close and then using the back of a metal object to kind of make sure that it's flush with the surface. And the metal object will help suck some of the heat out of it so it'll cool off faster. colors. So I don't... How's everybody doing this evening? As Liz made some weird recipe for supper. Yeah, the new Starlight colors. I saw those at Remerve. They are gorgeous colors. They really are. I need to get my hands on some. Hey, DB3D Dan, how are you doing, sir? You snuck in there on me, you dirty dog, you. So it is or isn't a 623 bearing. It looks like it's going to be a 623 bearing from the looks of it. And now I have them. I'm trying to think where I got them. Be right back. Should be over here at the bench top. That is a non-flanged bearing. Sorry for the off screen, folks. I'm trying to find the 0.3 bearing that I was not anticipating. Higher diameter is 13 millimeters. I'm glad you're doing better, Dan. I am glad you are doing better, my friend. Hard seeing you down. Really big one from here, but I will too. And once again, it is not a flanged bearing, correct? It's standard bearing. Oh, really, Chewy? You've had it. You've had the inside scoop on those for a couple of months now. Killing me. That's awesome job, Dan. That is awesome. Yeah, I can tell you losing the weight is really, really hard. The standard bearing is the 13 millimeter outside edge. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep moving, I'm going to keep going. We'll go ahead and get this. We'll start putting it together. What we have. And we will come back around to, I know I had standard 623 bearings. You know what? Oh, nice. You know, McMaster car part number. Because this is more, the 623s appear to be more like 10 millimeters. It's not 13, it won't do the job. Okay. Well, then, thanks for the McMaster car part number. I am going to grab that. Second, folks. I want to make sure I get that captured so I can get the right part number when I do some ordering, so that hopefully I can get some stuff in to get this completed on stream. Now, NAK Designs, or NAK, your, are you using the same firmware as Rob Mink, or did you have a different firmware that you were using? For those of you that don't know, that's the TradRack beta that I've been working on. Okay, so to get rid of the commercials, the Amish man just took care of you by giving you a tier 1 sub for a month. So now you're subscribed, you will get no more commercials. And I still need to figure out what I got to do to get rid of all of my commercials. So drive gear. You do the right thing and just put a little boop, uh, Loctite stick. I had always used the liquid, and I saw Steve Builds using this on his stream, and I was like amazed. I was like, holy crap, there's a stick version of Loctite. I had to get me some. Okay, and motor gear does go down. So, quick question on this motor. Is it mounted from the back like I have it right now? Or did you mount it with the flanges on the outside? Because I'm not seeing how it's got to be from the outside, right? Because otherwise the um the gears on this pulley won't line up, right? Yeah, that's why I just was realizing. Okay, so this one come in from new. This is where you gotta be careful about that cantilevered. So folks, sorry about this. As I've mentioned a couple of times on the stream, um, we are working off of a step file, and that's pretty much it. Step file and the good graces of NAK joining us to help us get through this build. Because where did that screw go? Oops. I'm sure I will find that. Oh, there it is. Um, yeah, because that's really what we're working on here is we don't have an instruction manual for this yet because Billy Mac's mod, and he's just nice enough to share it with us. Oh, thanks, Chewy. So the motor gets mounted on the outside. So the flange goes on the outside, which will give us the ability to raise the gearing up some so that it will match with our idler coming from the top. Once again, I will have to take this apart some when I get that unique special size bearing that Nat told me about. We'll go ahead and mount this back in there. Yeah, I mounted the motor the other way because that's how Rob Make had his, and I was just like, okay, it's probably the same exact mounting method. And that's what I get for. Yeah, yeah, no worries. And like I said, I've looking at these drawings really isn't that bad for me. So I started to go to school for architecture. And so looking at mechanical drawings, exploded view drawings, stuff like that, it's not that hard for me. And especially if you saw the, the drawings for the plane that I was looking at. Okay, so we've got that on there. We'd have to put the bearing on here. Once again, we've got a heat set at the top. The either arm there's another heat set here, one down at the bottom. This is going to hold the MasterCard bearing that we're going to have to get. And that will apply pressure to the drive gear to allow the filament to come out. We'll have to put is this a like a standard collet like you would get on a E3D or like a I'm gonna say E11 collet, but that's not one. That's not it. It's a standard press fit collet though that you would have on like a the E3D collet. Okay. Then we're gonna have a screw that goes through here. That's gonna be the lever mechanism for the idler. So the standard idler will go here. Then we'll have the tension screw, and so we'll have a standard set of Bondtech gears that will drive the filament. So got the drive gear on there. We're going to need to lube up our needle bearings here. So we grab my brand new set. And I tell you what, I pulled the needle bearings out of the Sherpa Mini that's been running in the NAK3 for like a year plus. Hey, Big Jano, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for coming out and joining us. And yeah, those were a mess. The needle, I mean, it was dry. There were score marks on the actual steel rod, so I had to get a whole new set and swap those out. But that one's not just a PLA printer. I throw that in the Wham Bam hot box quite often. So all I'm doing is I'm just taking and squirting some I'm squirting some Mobilux EP2 grease inside those needle bearings. And I'm just going to take my pen and push it from the top to the bottom with my thumb on the back. And what that's going to do is compress all that grease into those needle bearings until it starts shooting them out. I'm just going to put my finger in there, or fingernail to hold the top in, got my thumb at the bottom. I'm just going to force all that grease into those needle bearings. And that's what's going to give me greased needle bearings. Now I'm probably going to find out that what I really needed to do is have this in place first because we got to push the steel rod through, but that's okay. So I'm kind of putting this in the position it's going to be and looking at my gear. So I get it oriented in the right direction. Of course, I'm going to need. So whenever you print holes, invariably one of them will be a little tight, or depending on the orientation you print in, will have some. I'll just call it swarf for lack of a better term. At the where it sags from the top down. So having a set of reamers, not drills, but reamers, come in handy. Because a drill, you can always enlarge that hole, but a reamer, you normally will not enlarge the hole. And if you think how your part's going to be, what I want to do is work through the one side that's going to be against the body, and that will help keep my pen from falling out if it does work and wiggle. And then when I get to the other side, I don't want to go all the way through because basically I want to use it as a like a press fit for the um, for that pen so it doesn't fall out. Is basically what I'm trying to do or say. So it goes like this. The gear's going to have to go at the bottom. Make sure my needle bearing stayed in. Stick the pen in, which will now go through easy. Push it all the way in. But know that it's going to be a tight press fit on this side because I didn't clear that hole all the way out, all the way through. Okay, now we have a video. Nice. Get some grease up real fast. Tap back on it so I don't squirt it everywhere. Brush it off. Set this side out of the way for now. Before I mount this on here, I'm going to go through and put this arm in there. Get through it, think through it. Then we'll get it. We'll go ahead and mount this on here. I just go with an M3x6 in that top hole because the part's really thin. So because this top hole part here is really thin, we'll go with the smaller screw. We want to go with button head because we want to make sure that it clears that lever on. Install the lever on. Right, I didn't think about that. Putting as I think I got some gunk in the threads. Okay, you did a close up. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, we got all kinds of. Trying to clear the threads out when we put these heat set inserts. So there's some plastic that got in the threads. Trying to poke some of it out and get them out of the way. So here's the going here because once again these are. I don't want to strip these out because then I'll have a problem. I may have to heat that back up and try and melt the plastic. Big Jenna, how are you doing this evening? What were you doing today? Same thing with you, Big Dan and Pez Liz. What were you all looking at? What the heck? Ooh, I just pulled that through, but oh, I know. Like it looked like a bunch of white lithium grease or something, but it's a. I've got an old heat sink sitting over here, and it was some of the thermal compound off of that. So I do have this up at a high 300 because I'm just trying to quickly poke through that plastic, and then I'll use my tweezers here just to try and clean it out a little bit while it's warm. Like I said, I just want to unfoul those threads. Working on gluing the rest of these magnets into the rest. Okay, you're doing some more light panels. Those were looking really good at the at Rocky Mountain. Meaning to try and do some light panels or something just to have a little bit of extra ambient light in here. Like the 12s. Okay, just another set from the ones that were Murph. Okay, what'd you break on your switch wire, Dan? And is it a true switch wire or was it an interwire conversion? I can't remember which one you built. Yeah, yeah. Those are down. Like I said, we will have to get that bearing here fixed up. On either arm, we go in and I do time that needs to be to. We have to raise the this gear up in order to get them to line up. Okay, that's looking a lot better. Your filament. Right there. Look like it's going to line up. It's a pretty long filament path right here on these without any guide. Might be a little bit better if we could collapse these in to make it a little more constrained of a filament guide there. Hey, K2 Kevin, Frank and B Gaming came in, and Boondog, how are you all doing tonight? We're just working on the NAK3D baby belt version here. We've been a few bits and starts, but we're making some good progress thanks to NAK being here and helping me muddle through it some. I need a spring and a tensioner arm, which I have around here, so I will grab one. So I need a screw in the front here, and that's looking like a 16 is going to be too short, 25 is going to be too long. Do an 18 will do it. When he gets us home. So for those of you just joining, we are building a baby belt printer. It is a small belt printer originally designed by Mr. Rob Mank. And this particular version has been somewhat heavily modified by NAK3D of the White Knight belt printer fame. Was White Knight? Yeah, White Knight. And yeah, so far, I want you guys to see this. So we've got our dual bond tech gear here, right? And I don't have the tension arm here, but I want you to look at this gear. I just put this down and apply any type of pressure to it. That's kind of hard to see there. But that gear, well, here, just with my finger, you're seeing how much movement we've got there. That's why there needs to be a support bearing down here is to support this, because on these motors, the shaft is very, very short. So you really need some type of support there on those shafts. Otherwise, it it leads to very, very bad extrusion and all kinds of wonky extrusion. Yeah. Hello there. Thanks, Poondog, for the Star Wars reference. So yeah, the nice thing is it's about your belt width is about 100. Um, we've got these tiny little motors that we're using on all the axes. 28 BYJ 48s. 5 volts. Right. This does have this design for NAK does have provisions for a mini 128/64 display. It does have a hole here where you can mount a power switch. And on this side is the DC inlet jack. So you'll be able to mount a DC inlet here and run either 24 or 12 volts. Yeah, that bearing definitely makes the difference. I remember that part. So the other thing on the NAK design, you'll see a lot of screws holding everything together and heat set inserts. On the Rob Make design, rather than using heat set inserts, he goes with a lot of zip ties. And that was just to make it cheaper and lower cost way of getting into 3D printing with a belt. I do have a little bit of more work to go on the extruder. I do have a tension arm. I need to source the bearing and get the bearing installed. I need to do some work on the belt as far as how I'm going to go about tensioning the belt on here. And I do need a, I think you said this was a 25 millimeter extruder cooling fan. So I need to source one of those. And I need to double check. I believe I was running this off 12 volts before. So my heater should be 12 volts. My thermistor doesn't care, but I need to make sure that my fans are all 12 volts. Otherwise, I will blow them. Back to my Winson fan. All right, sorry, I'm going to have a senior moment here. Pretty bad when you have to do this to see the writing on some of these things. Yes, is a 12 volt. And by the way, I do have bifocals and I'm using a camera to try and read these things. So this was 12 volts. So my heater cartridge is 12 volt. So I need to make sure and source 12 volt for this front fan. And I might want to double check this blower and make sure that it was 12 and not 24 volt. I may have to source another blower fan. So need a couple fans, need a bearing, and I will need to go ahead. Well, I need to grease up the worm gear drives. These things are notorious for binding right here. So I do need to get those squared away. Oh, 25 millimeter. Yeah, 25 millimeter would probably work to tension the existing belt. If not, I have some 30s. And really, it's going to be, can I get the, here we go. Should have enough room just to get thread engagement with the 25s because I can pull it back some to be able to get to it. So the 25 should work. I definitely won't be able to get 30s in the top because of the printed parts. Actually, there's no way I'm going to get a 25 or much anything in that one because the heat set inserts are on the tensioners, right? Got to allow the bolt to slant in. It's still this top one here. I don't know how you would slant that bolt in with this part here, even if it didn't have the printed part, because the printed parts, really thin for the belt tension. We'll figure it out. We do problem solving here. And we do have some nice little covers that we can put on here. My thought though is, did you make it so that you had to cut the bolts down to get these on? I'm assuming. Make your little pretty caps. There's a groove in the frame. Oh yeah, that would make a little bit of sense. Yeah, the little groove up there. So yeah, I should be able to put it in from top to bottom there, huh? A quick gander. Oh yeah. Yep, there we go. There's a 25 that just got put in there. So that should work to. Oh yeah, definitely. So those should work. So yeah, before I do that though, I'm definitely going to pull these gear, the belt back out and really grease these gears down pretty good. And then yeah, you cut these flush so you can put the little caps on them to make it a little prettier. So yeah, M3x25s or M3x30 should work there to be able to tighten and tension this belt. But yeah, we definitely got to lubricate this, or we're never going to really get these gears to drive. But yeah, we made a lot of good progress. I think we're pretty close to being mechanically fit here. I will need to, I'm not going to worry too much about sourcing the display immediately, because if I have to, I'll just connect in a Raspberry Pi for now. But I'll get a display, and I'll get the power, the inlet, and a couple other things. I should be able to get most of that from Amazon and get it here before next week's stream. For those of you that have been following, at Rocky Mountain Rep Fest on Sunday, I won a set of Boron 2.4 PIF parts, print forward parts, and I have sourced a frame from Tensor 3D while I was at the show. And I've been in talks with Tensor 3D, and they are a company out of Colorado. And they have agreed to provide partial sponsorship for the rest of the build materials that I don't already have. My plan is to tear down the D-bot that is over here on the floor, because this is a Boron 300 size 2.4 bed. So I've got the heater, the bed, and everything, because this is a working printer. I'm going to reuse the power supply, the FSR, the Raspberry Pi, the display, the motors. I am getting an LDO motor kit, so I'm not going to need that stuff. But we will be building a Boron 2.4. Everything should arrive over the next 2 days. Everything should arrive for that. So, sorry, these are going to bug me. So I'm going to roll them through the hole there to get them out. So I should have everything arrive within a few days to be able to start working on that this weekend. Hey, Creatix Brick, how are you doing? How are you doing, ma'am? Oh yeah, you saw the ASICs, right? Thank you. So yeah, this is our little baby belt from NAK3D. Well, the baby belt design was originally Rob Makes, and this is a modified version that NAK came up with. So we've got a couple of parts to order to be able to finish this up. Some that are definitely necessary. The screen's not particularly necessary. I can connect it up to 12-volt power like I did previously without going through a power switch and everything. So we can always do that if I don't get a power supply and the DC inlet and the power switch in time. But I am going to source the rest of the stuff we need to get this to actually push plastic. Um, Hopefully next Tuesday. Back real fast. Firmware. Are you using the standard firmware? Yeah, working with a Robin board. Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't be hard because like my D-Bot's running one uh a mini 12864 display, and it's connected with the dual cables back to the SKR Mini E3V3. So that shouldn't be a problem. I'll double check how it was configured though, but it shouldn't be a problem to go single wire or a single cable into it. We can go ahead and get those lined up. I'll have to do some cable management here. Um, but yeah, we're getting close on this one. And once again, once we get done with this one, of course you have both on hand, Chewy. Oh dear God, I want to say it was something like 5 amps, wasn't it, NAK? I think this thing only really requires like 5 amps on a 12 volt, like 3 amps on a 24 volt. So yeah, it doesn't require that much. Because remember, there's no heated bed on this. The only heater you have is the hot end, and you've got 2 fans in these 5-volt motors. So it doesn't take much. So yeah, and for those of you, I'm seeing a lot of new faces here, like Creative Crit and Dan, who may not have seen these. So once again, I received a set of PIF parts, and I tried to post some information up on my Discord. But we've got main color is Polymaker Purple ASA. The accent is Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Pink. The parts printed were for Revo Boron Hot End, and either using an octopus or a spider board. So the color scheme here, once again, the main color is the Polymaker Purple, and the accent is the Sparkle Fluorescent Pink from Sparta 3D. And like the camera, I don't think does it justice because of the harsh lighting from right above me. Let me see if I switch over to the main camera, if we get any better on. Nope, that you really can't see any of the sparkles in it. It's too washed out. I'll have to try and take some pictures. But yeah, it's like a cotton candy build. And so I had the purple ASA on hand because that's the main color that we used when I printed parts for Craft for his Enderwire. And so I did order some Sparta fluorescent pink filament. I also got some sparkle fluorescent red and some sparkle old copper. If you give me half a second, I'll grab some of the other parts we have coming in. I really need to get a wireless mic. So I got a set of gears from Polished, um, Polished off of eBay, and I actually took the gears out of this to put on the baby belt because I had ordered a set of hardened steel drive gears from them as well. So I'm going to put the hardened steel drive gears in the um, in the Voron build. We've got TMC 2209s that I actually got while I was at Remurf from Fabrico. They provided me a maker box, I'll say, of some parts. So I picked up some more TMC 2209s to go with some of the others I had there. They did give me a Dragonfly BMO hot end, and I was thinking about putting this in here, but knowing that the parts were already printed for the Revo, what I did was I just bought a Revo heatsink. So I got the Revo heatsink, and for those of you that watched the stream, I went through and fixed a Prusa Mini for Westry One. In fact, it's still sitting over here on the corner waiting for to either come pick it up or meet me somewhere. So this is the cool zone that was on that printer that was supposedly working just fine, right? Just need to put 3 bolts in it and work just fine. If you'll notice, there's still filament sticking out the bottom, even though I pulled the nozzle. And when we were trying to get the PTFE tube out, my wife was pulling on the PTFE tube while I was holding down the compression fitting. The PTFE tube actually ripped. So whatever clog is in this thing is all the way up at the top of this sucker. So I'm either going to use this as a like a mock-up tool head, or I may take it out and just heat it up with a blowtorch or something and try and melt that clog out. We'll see. But yeah, for now that hot end's toast. So I picked up a Voron hot end, and the nice thing is just pop the heater off the old one and pop it on the new one. Now I've got a Voron Revo, and I've got 6 Obsidian nozzles. So I'm now going to be running a 2.4 with an Obsidian nozzle. There's another set of Bondtech gears because you can never have too many of them. I always buy a set when I use a set. I'm also a sucker for making things easier, and I love Lenio. So I picked up a underdeck wiring kit. So this is all your mains power, the power between all of your controller boards and stuff is basically what this kit is. It just makes things a little bit easier. They're already pre-crimped and everything for 2.4. So yeah, I was thinking about a small drill bit as well, Dan. I'd prefer to try and melt it out first with either a heat gun or a torch. So I don't mar the inside of it up any if I don't have to. You hear Obsidian and PTSD triggers? So I will tell you that I have bought into the Revo ecosystem. So this is a set that I got from Lisa Harshberger when I bought a Mark III off of her. I've got another full kit for my Mark III. And then There's 4.6 nozzles and a pair of 0.4. So Chewy, those wire kits, I know KB3D has them. They've got it was the first time I saw the under the deck panel wiring, and I was like, ooh, okay. So I grabbed some of that. And somewhere around here, I say somewhere around here because now I can't remember what I did with them. When I was at Remerf, I was talking with Georgia from E3D, and I was telling her thanks for finally getting me my Obsidian nozzles. And I was talking to her about the baby belt build, and she provided me a set of 3 Revo belt nozzles. Because I did mention that I had a Revo CR sitting here. So I will be at some point, either the NAK one will get it or it'll go on the regular Rob Mink baby belt printer. We'll be running a Revo CR with the belt nozzles. And if I do follow through with what I was talking about earlier and get the belted 3D printers kit.com Ender 3 belt printer conversion kit, it'll probably move over there onto that. I'll get a Revo CR on that and put the belt nozzles on. Stuff for high slow or high flow. So I know that there's an announcement that E3D is doing out at Rapid TCT this week. I was hoping to hear something about high flow coming out. I did talk to Georgia, and because I was asking specifically when the belt nozzles were going to come out, because they had them on display. And she said that they had stock of the belt nozzles today, as well as a couple of other nozzle types, but that she was trying to figure out the release order for everything before she announced it. Basically, they got burned on Obsidian with supply chain issues. And she's like, I can't do that again. She's like, my mental capacity will not allow that to happen again. So, yeah, I'm assuming that they have high flow. And once they have sufficient stock, they will announce that and they will start shipping because everybody's asking them all the time. Well, and once again, a lot of your third-party vendors like Fabrico, West 3D, and stuff like that, as far as some of these things, it just depends. Like if they feel they can sell it, then they'll get it. If they don't, they don't. Also, Fabrico, I think, just moved locations, or they are in the process of moving locations, and they had a presence at Remerf, and they're out at Rapid TCT right now. So if they've got 2 major trade shows and a facilities move going on all at the same time, I personally would let stock run a little low because that means less than I have to move between facilities. And then because he has mentioned that they've got Hydra kit stock Fabrico has said that they have Hydra and Mercury kits that should be in mid-month, like the 13th to the 15th. So, hey, Nat, thank you so much for being here, my friend, and for helping us get this together. Like I said, I'll get a couple more parts. Thank you for the links. And I will be sure to get those things on order and try and get them here before next Tuesday's stream. because I really want to start doing 2.4 on Saturdays and work on some baby belt and maybe some other stuff on the Tuesday streams. And I'll do the 2.4 on both streams if I feel I need to get it done before the Murph, because part of the agreement I reached with Tensor 3D for giving me a very deep discount on the parts for the 2.4 is that I will be taking that printer to Murph and displaying it at Murph along with some signage for them. They're a real small. There's a husband and wife team. They're Colorado based, so they're not going to make it to Murph. But I think it's great that we get more options out there in the industry. And I know Dutch Dude from the Zero G team and Scott from Edge of 3D are looking at getting some of their rails and using it on some Mercury builds, because their rails that they had on display at the show were just butter smooth. I mean, they good good preload tension on the rails, and they were just butter smooth. So yeah. So thanks a lot again, NAK, for being out here. I really appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. Yeah, there you go. So right now, a couple of things that I am planning. So the Tuesday night stream, I want to finish up the NAK3D baby belt, and I've been printing parts for the in development branch, which is like 10 dot something. I want to say it was like 10.13 for Rob Menk's baby belt. So I wanted to build that. I should have everything here to do that. And then I also have, as you know, my Ender 3 over here in the corner is extremely heavily modified. So it's got Big Tree Tech Mini E3 V3. It's got a Mic 6 build plate with a Canovo heating pad, 24 volt. It's got linear rails, dual rails on the y-axis. It's got a linear rail on the x-axis, running a Micro Swiss all metal hot end. It's got a Penda probe for automatic bed leveling, running a Sherpa Mini extruder, and I've provisioned it for a filament runout sensor. It's an interesting design on that. Basically, the so the top has a provision to mount an end stop, and then the idler lever, the oval slotted hole is the standard hole for the spring-loaded tensioner arm. The other hole up here is for a screw. So what you would do is get your idler gear set up, and you have a long screw that runs through there. And when there's no filament present, the screw is just touching and triggering the end stop. When you put filament in it, it rotates out just a tiny bit, like 0.5 millimeter, and it releases the end stop. And that's your filament sensor trigger. So by doing that, I will then have a tool head filament sensor that I can use, well, for standard filament runout, but also for any tool changer, because I was thinking about putting the trad rack somehow mounted either on the wall or on the printer itself. because I'm beta testing the Trad Rack multi-material unit on that printer as well. I am also running dual lead screws on that for the Z-axis, and this kit here is actually a dual linear rail kit for the Z-axis. So I plan on putting this on that printer as well. And so it'll be linear rails on all axes, still using dual lead screws. But yeah, still keeping the same Cartesian, bed flanger, not doing the interwire type mod on it. So that's kind of my plan for some of the upgrades. Some other things that I got. This is a UTC module to be able to do USB to CAN. So I'm using one of these on my Mercury downstairs to run CAN bus toolhead on a Big Tree Tech EBB board. And what I plan to do for the 2.4 is this is a Big Tree Tech CAN bus tool board. And it is a dual board setup. If I can get it out. Here you'll have the main board is attached to the side. This will be attached to the side, and then the fan board just plugs in. So that way, when you take your tool or your fans off to get to your tool head, it stays modular. So it is a dual board CAN setup with the XTC 30 plus 2-pin. So your power goes over the XTC. Then you have the 2-pin like JST for the CAN bus high-low. So I will be running CAN on this one to free up some of the wiring. That's why I didn't get a full linear wiring harness kit for this board or for this printer yet. It's because I knew I was going to go CAN bus, so I wasn't going to need the wiring kit and all of the cable chains and stuff. So folks, I will say that it is now 9 o'clock. I normally don't stream this long on Tuesday nights, but I will be looking to raid out soon. So if anybody's got any suggestions on where to raid to, or if somebody like Creatix Brit is jumping on to stream on a standard nightly stream, let me know and I'll be more than happy to raid over to you. Oh yeah. And then the other thing that this tool head's going to get is a boron tap kit. So this did come in the pack that I got from Fabrico. It does have the little, I think it's an MGN 9 linear rail. Yeah, MGN 9H linear rail. Has all the screws and gubbins and stuff, as well as the updated 5 to 24 volt optical sensor, so it can plug directly into the board. I have seen the beacon. The thing with the beacon is you have to reprint the tool head. You need to do a few other things, and it's still I'm going to say I'm not necessarily sold completely on the beacon yet. I'm trying to hear more about it. And I would say that the tap is relatively new, but I was given the tap for free. So I'm like, well, why not put it on this build? So these, like I said, I was really debating putting the BMO on, and the BMO may go on the the Trident, because I also have a Trident frame that I bought when I bought the 2.4 frame. So 2.4 is going first. There will be a Trident build down the road, and I will probably put this in the Trident if I don't go with something else, like another Revo, because I seem to really, really like the Revos. But yeah, that's kind of the stuff we're gearing up for on the 2.4 build that we'll see more of down the road. As in, hopefully starting Saturday. I did get ship notifications for the stuff coming from Tensor, and it should be here in the next 2 days. So plenty of time to have it here. So I'll have the motors, the rails, and everything started. As was this live? Okay. Okay. And like I said, I know that there are several people like ModBot and a few others that have the beacon that have had it installed. I just want to hear personally a little bit more about the beacon before I look into getting one. And because one, you need to have a tool head that'll mount it and support it. And I know there's several of them, but I want to make sure that there's a few more out there. And right now I'm using a BL Touch on my Mercury 1.1. And so, oh, Ian Douglas just got on too? Okay, great. So I've got a BL Touch that I'm using on my 0G Mercury 1.1. And the 1.1 that I built is based off of an Ender 5 Plus. So it's huge. Like when I put that printer on this bench, the feet, like the rubber feet, sit literally on each of these red rails. It does not touch this black part. The feet themselves will sit on the black rails, and the skirts actually, the feet are uh, indented from the actual skirt, right? So that printer sits wider than this whole table is. It's a cube. So it's running a 370 by 377 bed. And I just recently got camp going on it. So it reduces some of the beginning print time. Because what I do on that particular printer, because that build plate is so large, is I do a home, I do a Z tilt adjust because it's got the 3 lead screw kinematic bed. And right now my tolerance on the Z tilt is 0.015, and I'm getting 0.000 something, right? So I'm getting good flatness at those 3 plane points. Then I will do another home and then do a bed mesh. Well, I was bed meshing 7 by 7 because of the size of that build plate. Now I'm going with camp. If I'm doing something smaller, of course, it just meshes that area, which makes it a lot easier on that build, on that larger build size. I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe Mandala Roseworks may make a bed size for that, or they will make you one, because Mandala Roseworks is a full CNC shop. They will make you whatever you want. If you wanted a single build plate B24, which is 600 by 600, they'll mill you a single build plate. You probably still don't want to run one heater. I would do like Voron did, or what Max did, and still go with the 4 separate heaters. Because if you lose a heater, you still have a lot of area to work with. until you can get a replacement heater and swap it out. No, on my build plate, it's a standard Mic 6 build plate with a sheet magnet and then a Fabrico PEI, the black Honey Badger PEI, smooth one side, textured the other build plate. Okay. My the Hydra plate that I got from Fabrico for the Ender 5 Plus, it was, I think it's thicker than 6 mil. I think it's 8 mil. And I will tell you, I weighed that build plate, like got up on the scale, whatever the scale said for me, stepped off the scale, held the build plate to my chest, stepped back on the scale. The build plate, the Hydra build plate, 370 by 377 for the Mercury, for the Zero G Mercury 1, just the Mic 6 build plate was 8 pounds. That thing's massive. And then I see that 600 by 600 build plate on V24, and it's no wonder it took 4 of them to move it around. One, it's just unwieldy, but it's like a 200-pound printer. Interesting. Well, because the mandala ones, they mill out some of that and replace it with magnets. Right? Okay, yes, you have the standard size. So I was talking with Dutch Dude on the Zero G team, Dutch Dude and Scott during Murph. And the other thing that's showing up this week, besides just all the parts for the Voron 2.4, is a Masumi frame kit for a scratch build enclosed Zero G Mercury. So basically that on stream. I need to talk to him and make sure I can do that before I do it. Hey, West One. Hey, Zombie. How are you doing this evening? Am I your pre-show before you get ready for yours? Because, well, wait, we're still way early because you normally come on at like, I think like 11 o'clock my time on the East Coast. Yep. Yeah, around 10, but is that 10 o'clock East Coast? Oh, Westery, another colicky horse? Not the same one, I hope. Um, so Westery and Zombie, you just joined in. We were talking about some of the stuff that I'm going to be putting on the Voron 2.4 build. As Westery well knows, because I framed her on her stream this weekend, 2.4 frame. I did go ahead and put this together off stream because I needed to make sure it was squared. And I don't have, I mean, this is just like 1/2 inch, probably laminated particle board. Yeah, it has steel supports on it, but I can tell that this is bowed already. So what I did was I put this loosely together, got the cube together, and then took it downstairs, put it on the countertop so I could get everything nice and squared up. So we're starting from a nice square frame. and then we'll start working our way from this on stream Saturday, when the rest of the parts, well, the rest of the parts should be showing up according to UPS over the next 2 days. We've got, I ordered a Revo boron heatsink. And Westry, guess where this heater block came from? Oops. Guess where this heater block came from, Westry? Does this look familiar? Yeah. So I just took this off and I'm reusing your heater block because the heater block was still working. We are going to put a set of, when we do our Clockwork 2, I have a set of hardened steel Bondtech gears from Polished that I'm going to use for that build, so that we can also throw our obsidian nozzle in there and not have to worry about running abrasives through it. We've got some TMC 2209s. I've got a Octopus. I went with standard Octopus 1.1 board coming in, so it should support CAN on the board. If not, I do have a UTC module as well as a CAN bus stealth burner 2-board tool head that we will put on it. And we also got a boron tap kit from Fabrico that, with the correct optical sensor, that will support 5 and 24 volt. So we will be putting that on that build as well. DHL still says tomorrow for your Trident. Okay. Kind of sucks. And I think we're going to hold the BMO that I got from Fabrico for the Trident build, because we're building a 2.4, and the 2.4 will go to Murph with me, because that was part of my deal with Tensor 3D. That allowed me, they're partially sponsoring the build. So I offered to take the printer and show the printer at Murph along with some signage, because they won't be able to make it to Murph. They're a small husband-wife team out of Colorado. So we put that there, get these out of the way. And then the other stuff we were working on tonight is a baby belt. So this was the baby belt. This is the baby belt that I had got from Rob Mink at Murph, I want to say last year. No, the year before, 2 years ago. And what I did is basically disassemble it and then reassemble it. This is the NAK3D version. It has a provision, of course, on the front here for a mini 12864 screen. There is a hole right here where my finger is down here. And this will take a power switch. So you'll have a power switch to be able to turn it on and off. And this hole over here right underneath the gear, the big hole, is for the DC power inlet. So you'll run a 12 volt DC inlet. You can run 12 or 24 volt. This was set up as a 12 volt beforehand. So I need to order a couple parts. So the power switch, the DC inlet, order another display, and there needs to be a bearing down here. So on the extruder gear here, these motors aren't I mean, they're small, tiny motors, but um, the shafts on the motors are probably like only about that long. So if you look here, I can wiggle the heck out of this with just my finger. So what you need to do is have a bearing underneath here for nothing else but to stabilize this gear so you get proper extrusion. Uh, uh, yeah, proper extrusion. And you don't go through an under over extrusion situation as it pulses. Hey, Jersey Girl, 1227. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So I got to order a couple of more things. I also need to get a um, 25 by 25 cooling fan. You know this is bigger than the micro or the micro Revo because I put that up against it to see if I could use that. And the micro Revo fan is smaller than this. So I need to order a fan in 12 volt, and I think I need to get a blower because I didn't double check, but I'm pretty sure this is a 24 volt blower from the V0. So I need to get a couple of fans on order and a couple other things, and we'll be able to finish this. If for some reason I don't get the parts in by next Tuesday to finish putting this one together, we will start building the Rob Mink version. Because I should have everything for that. I'll just go ahead and make a big list of anything I need and order it. The other thing I need to do is take the belt back out and really um, use my Super Lube PTFE grease and grease both parts of the worm gear. Because if not, they do have a tendency to bind, so you do need to get some grease on them until they kind of break themselves in. The I'll say the drill or worm gear here is a resin printed part. I do have 2 or 3 FDM printed parts if this breaks, or I can also print some more resin parts out. Um, and then, yeah, this is what we were working on today. It's pretty much there. It's pretty close to being done. It's like 90% done, 90% to go. You know, it's all the little tidbit things to of wrapping it all up. All right, sounds good, Chewy. I can do that. Um, yeah, because I found lately that even though I'm a Prime member, that a lot of things that still aren't coming in 2 days. Um, but yeah, so that's it. That's all I had for tonight. Let me take another gander real fast at who all we may have online right now. You know, Zombie's not going online for a short bit. Looks like Pez is on. Creatrix Brit is on. Jang's on. Sid Hershey's on. Ian Douglas is on. I know I rated into Ian Douglas not too long ago. I think I'm gonna rate into Creatix Brit. It's been a minute since we rated into her. So I love my big keyboard, but I'm seriously thinking about building one of those smaller keyboards. Should have plenty of keys left over from building my Stream Deck to build a keyboard. And I've got ESP32s and um, this is a this is run off of a 5 Pico. So I'm sure I got whatever I need on it. Um, yeah. Um, One of the girls at the E3D booth, I know Mitch talked about it But she had a couple of those keyboards, and one of them almost looked like it was marbleized. Looked phenomenal. Like, I really need to look into some of those, get one or make one. But okay, we're gonna go ahead. If I can type. Okay. So I've got that queued up. I'm going to go ahead and get that started. Y'all, thanks for coming out and hanging out with me this evening. I really do appreciate it. I know you know, we fiddled our way through this a little bit, but we made it happen. Thanks a lot for being out here. Have a good night and enjoy our raid over to Creatix. Thanks, Stevie 3D Dan. Have a good one all.